Alright, and there we go. Hi everybody, welcome once again to Bowtie Gaming 14 for another exciting stream. Woohoo! So this time around, the highly anticipated sequel to what I played 2 weeks ago, which was Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. Now I have the physical copy of the game, yay, so we can actually continue beyond the demo, which of course last time it actually worked out because the entire time was like, it took that long to get through the demo of the Blue Lions route. So now we're gonna go beyond the demo, so now we'll see what happens. So yeah, I'm really excited to jump into this. I've been playing the Black Eagles route in my own time, so like I generally know like how to play the game well beyond like what they show you like initially. So at least like that's informed me of how to play this route going into it. But in terms of the story, I don't know beyond what I've shown so far, so we'll see what happens. And on that note, let's jump right into it. Alright, Azure Gleam, to war! I'm so excited for this game, you have no idea! Alright. Okay, I'm just trying to get, like, accustomed to everything because this is different from the Black Eagles route. Because, like, for starters, everything's blue. Second off, the camp music is different. So I'm guessing the camp music must be different for each of the three routes. Cause like I'm probably like I probably put like 24 hours into the Black Eagles playthrough so far, and I just finished the halfway mark like 2 days ago. So this is just it's absolutely bizarre just to see how different it is. So yeah, I think I was completely ready to go. So I think I just know the gist is that I'm gonna be defending the church. At ALL, the Valley of Torment. So I did all the auxiliary maps, so yeah, trying to go straight into it. Driven from Garreg Mach, the surviving members of the church flee for the kingdom. You must make for ALL at once to cover their escape. Deliverance in the Valley of Torment. Alright, so yeah, from here on out, this is the main game. I'm so psyched.
The scouts have returned, Your Majesty. They've located the Archbishop. Excellent. We'll ride to them at once. For now, everything is going according to plan.
We're ready to ride when you are, Dimitri. Just give the word and we'll move out. Gotta say, it's gonna feel great to fight alongside all these familiar faces again.
You're right. I always feel much stronger when my friends are around.
Our time together at the academy might have been short, but it still puts my mind at ease to be reunited with everyone.
I can hardly believe His Majesty reached out to me of all people. I'm really glad he did.
I'm pleased to see you all here.
Felix.
I always knew this day might come. I prepared myself as best I can, but I am still a bundle of nerves.
This will be a lot different from the fighting that's been going on the past 2 years. And the point of no return is finally upon us, Your Majesty. I trust you've made your peace. I have. Blood spilled today will be a worthy sacrifice if it means keeping the people of Fargus, the people of our homes, safe. That is our cause. We have no reason to hesitate. Now move out.
Alright, we're playing defense. Okay, Rhea. So yeah, make sure Rhea's safe. Alright, we're playing defense. Okay, so from here on out, this is where you, get strategy. So in this case, I have 30 strategy points, so I can only use that many. So basically, if you don't want students to die, persuade them. Because otherwise you're going to be stupid sad about it. I'm guessing there's gonna be some characters that are going to unavoidably die, like the lords and the retainers and stuff, because I know the Blue Lions route, there's unavoidable deaths without getting into spoilers, but yeah. So I can persuade Happy and Petra. And then I've got 10 more, or another point. Okay, have the Church of Saros soldiers assembled to protect the target. Assign an armored unit to protect allies as they advance. Assign healers. Or have additional allied strongholds secured. Yeah, I'll do Gather the Believers. Alright, and then who am I gonna take into battle? So yeah, I'm gonna do Dimitri, Shez. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting Rodrigue's a playable character. So yeah, basically we have the 8 students, Shez, and Rodrigue. Yeah, because Rodrigue is not a playable character in Three Houses at all. Like, he accompanies your party, but he's not, like, an active unit. So that's cool. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and try this. Go ahead and save. Alright, onwards.
There you are, Lady Rhea. Relieved to find you alive and well.
You have my gratitude for coming to aid us in our time of need.
We must make our way out of the valley and return to Kingdom territory.
Alright, escort Rhea to the evacuation point. All the way on the other side of the map. Alright, give me a second. There we go. Alright, now I'm going to try to be strategic about this. So I'm gonna have the allies slowly take out strongholds. Okay, so I'm gonna have Felix take out this mage. Gonna have Rodrigue go for this dude. Then I'm gonna have Dimitri go for this dude. Just slowly take out the strongholds to give myself an advantage. Oh, right, I forgot about the lava. I forgot about the lava. Yeah, I'm going the other way.
Strike with all your might.
Gonna have to get used to playing with weaker weapons again because, like I said, I'm decently far into the Black Eagles campaign. Yeah, and I'm not 100% certain what resources I have currently. In terms of, like, what my abilities are, like, I have to remember again at what point I get certain abilities, so, like, I may be confused initially as to, like, why I don't have certain abilities, and... Okay, so yeah, there's a certain ability that's gonna get unlocked later than that Shez gets access to. The game will explicitly point it out, so when it gets to that point, I'll point it out. Alright, let's take out the stronghold captain. Well, and of course, one thing I gotta remember is that this is a classic playthrough, so I gotta make sure no one dies. And then, of course, as time goes on, if it just seems like it's too difficult, I may turn it to casual, because I'd rather experience the story and get through it relatively quickly. If it doesn't seem like people are dying too much, I'll just continue on as is, but if it seems like I keep losing units and it's wasting a lot of time, I'm gonna go to casual. I'll just see what happens. Yeah, because full disclaimer, my Black Eagles playthrough, that is casual. Normal casual is what I'm playing as. Alright, give me a second. I just gotta rub my eye for a second. Make sure I'm fighting fit for stream. There we go. Alright, gonna go ahead and use my critical. Yeah, because that's pretty much what makes Shez unique, is that, like, when they're in their particular class, they... Man, to do is clearing house, jeez. They wield two swords. Well, and then, of course, one aspect is basically, like, the abilities that Arvel give Shez, which, when it's glowing like that, that's how you know it's active. I wasn't using it too much up until, like, recently with the Black Eagles playthrough, so I almost forgot it was an ability, but to be fair, I think I was doing pretty decent. Okay, while I'm over here, okay, so looks like the party's clearing house a bit, so that's good. Oh yeah, they're all the way over here. So yeah, that's surrounded by lava. Okay, I'm gonna have the rest of them go kick that dude's butt to aid Rhea. Then, okay, so that's all the way in the other corner, oh my gosh. Okay, okay, so Happy's out.
Nobody told me how sweaty I'd get here. Ugh, gross.
So I see in this version, the members of Abyss get, brought over to the Adrestian Empire because they've, Garrick Mock's been taken over. Okay, when a strategy can be activated, its name will display on screen. Hold the right to trigger the strategy. I had to figure this out the hard way when I was playing the Black Eagles route, which is why I'm glad I was playing that ahead of this playthrough, so that I generally knew the strategies and how to do certain things so that I wasn't fumbling with it during the stream. I think the plan will be, like, for sure I'm gonna play this entire route on stream. I'll see how long that takes. Like, if it's getting to be a couple of months and I'm still playing this, I'll probably move on unless there's, like, an extreme desire for me to play the other routes. It's just gonna 100% depend, because even if I do it twice a week, that's still only 8 hours a week, and, like, I mean, at that rate, it would probably take me, like, probably a month. But that's if I did it twice a week. Okay, so then... Gonna switch over to Felix, because the nice part is when you have a key, it doesn't matter who uses it. So I get to switch over. So then I have to run all the way to the other corner. Make sure I don't get lost. Yeah, luckily there isn't a time limit on this stuff, my gosh.
I can tell your heart's not in this fight, my lady.
Alright, so Felix got the treasure chest. Okay, so now we gotta defeat Happy.
Why don't you join us instead? You have my word that no
Alright, Happy has been spared. It is so cool to see him without the eye patch and alive and somewhat healthy and, you know, with his lance. My gosh. Screw Cornelia and screw his uncle. Alright, I'm gonna take a hold of Dimitri for a bit. Yes, one thing I'm noticing is, like, I'm gonna wait until I'm completely done with a given route before I make a final statement on this. But so far, I think I like this better than Three Houses, and that's saying something. I think it's because you can actually directly control the characters. Like, it's more of an interactive experience, whereas Three Houses, you're just indirectly controlling the characters in a strategy game. Which is still fun, but this is, like, way more interactive. But then again, I haven't played this game nearly as much as Three Houses, so I'm not going to make it a full enough opinion on that yet.
We should be able to move forward safely now.
Yeah.
You have my thanks. The goddess smiles upon your gallant deeds.
Getting away! Gotta stop them somehow!
Alright, let's kill this base captain. Hey, to do, what's up? Alright, so Rhea's advancing. Gonna try to stay close to Rhea.
Cedric and Catherine are under attack by Imperial forces.
Okay, so Felix is over there.
So I find myself cornered. Perhaps I misjudged the situation.
Persistent little guys, aren't you? Cut one down and another two just spring up in their place.
They must not be allowed to follow you. Please, King Dimitri, may I ask that you lend them your aid?
Okay, so I'm gonna have Rodrigue take over that. I'm gonna have Shez attack the stronghold over here. I'm gonna have Dimitri. I'm gonna have him help Felix out. Yeah. Why not?
It's good to see you safe, Catherine. Please, let us join you.
Gladly. This is all too much to handle on my own anyway.
Okay, now Shez is good to go.
Not a problem.
Go ahead and have her take them out. Alright, go ahead and use a vulnerary to get some health back, which I just realized I wasted that, but oh well, Dimitri's helping me out. Alright, Cyril's in the fray now. So yeah, this is the other character that's,
Did she get away?
So yeah, this is the other character that's 15 before any kind of time skips in the story. So yeah, he's 17 at this point.
Sacrifice his life for the sake of my own. Please, help me.
Alright, so I'm gonna have Dimitri back Felix up here.
Time to show how strong you've become.
Okay, so this is when this concept goes into play. It's like right at the beginning. So basically, this allows Shez to be able to instantly teleport to as an allied stronghold, which is why you want to make sure you start clearing out strongholds early on in a map so you can start teleporting. But you can only do it 3 times. and I can safely say, I mean, it may get expanded later beyond that, but like I played through half of the Black Eagles playthrough, and it still is 3, so it might just be 3. I'm not sure. So yeah, it's about using it wisely. You don't have to do it right away, but it's only Shez. Like, they're the only ones that can teleport. So basically, you press X, and then where's Cyril at? Okay, so then go to the nearest base and teleport. Alright, go ahead and use a vulnerary really quick to heal up.
So we can capture and escape.
Can't we block the lava flow with rocks or something? Not saying it'll be easy, but it might be the best shot we've got.
Alright. Alright. Time for Arvel time.
Lady Ray will soon be clear of what happened. I'm so glad. Thank you.
Alright, so let me get the most out of this. Where am I trying to go here?
My utmost gratitude for your efforts in rescuing Cyril.
So yeah, which I'll demonstrate in a second. So once the gauge runs out, you instantly get a critical. And then because you've been already wrecking house, you essentially get 2 criticals. Alright, so go ahead and move this rock. There we go. Alright, where's the other rock at? So I'll have Dimitri go take care of that.
Remove. Now, we will proceed as planned.
Alright, so that gets rid of that lava bit. Alright, Dimitri should be over there in like a couple seconds. I mean, he's gonna take a little bit of damage, but them's the breaks. Alright, he should be taking care of that. There we go. Alright, done.
We've done it. Away. This move fast, everyone. Our escape is only a short way off.
Alright, so then now we gotta escort. So it looks like Petra hasn't shown up yet. Alright, speak of the devil.
You will not be passive. I will be capturing the Archbishop. You have no choice but to fight our way through. Anyone standing in my way will be eliminated with quickness.
That's the princess's bridges. After everything she's been through, she might be willing to join us. Assuming we can take her alive.
Alright, let's spare Petra. Yeah, I didn't think we were gonna be recruiting her this soon. Of course, she's like my GOAT unit in my Black Eagles playthrough, so it's good. Alright.
This is no place for royalty to die. Not here. Not like this.
Yes. I am choosing life. I will be going with you peacefully.
Alright, Petra's been spared.
I can scarcely believe we arrived here whole and sound. You have my deepest gratitude.
Alright, so Ray is at the other corner.
We cannot leave the valley until we see both Seth and Catherine to safety.
Thanks for the help. Never would have made it out.
Alright, come on, Sedith. I don't know what's holding him up. Come on, set it, jeez. Just waiting for the AI to figure the situation out. Hopefully it's not glitched, otherwise that sucks. I mean, it looks like he wants to go that direction, he's just not for some reason. I don't know, maybe I gotta get out of here in order for him to go in. Or maybe let's just do that, just get the entire party over here to, so hopefully the game stops glitching. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Sedith. He just refuses to go in, and I don't know why. Man, that would suck if the game just glitched right off the bat. Yeah, he just keeps getting stuck on the wall. Man, that sucks. Yeah, I was gonna say, if that's the only thing I could think of, is just have everyone defend Sedith, and that might initiate the process. Hopefully. Otherwise, guess what we're doing? We're restarting the entire map. Man, this sucks. Like, he just straight up won't go in there. That sucks. Let's try to push him forward, I guess. Man, is the game glitched? That sucks. Yeah, he just straight up won't go in. Well, I hate to do this, but unfortunately the game completely glitched. Alright, take two. Hopefully the game doesn't glitch again. Because, I mean, if it glitches again, I'm moving on to the Golden Deer route. Luckily, I have it somewhat queued up already, so, like, it wouldn't be a massive deal, but still. That'd be a massive bummer, is just finding out the game's glitched. Well, it just stinks, because, like, it's probably took me 10 to 20 minutes to even get to that point. And just to have it all mean nothing because the game glitched out just sucks. Yeah, the weird part is I haven't had any kind of hiccups whatsoever on the Black Eagles playthrough, so I do not know what's up with that. Oh, time to hack and slash.
We must act now, before the wilderness see what we can do. We will proceed as we must. I'll do what I can.
Alright, there we go.
Let us crush their defenses.
Nobody told me how sweaty I'd get here. Ugh, gross.
Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and get
Before the worries, I'm here to provide. We must act now.
Rodrigue over in the corner. Yad, Rodrigue, and Felix go tackle that. And then... where the heck is Shez? There we go.
Not a problem.
Okay, I should be back. Yeah, so it's annoying that the audio keeps cutting out. Like if the microphone isn't like on for like more, like if I don't keep talking, almost just turns off. It's annoying. It's annoying that I kind of keep babysitting the mic, but them's the breaks. Alright, go ahead and take this dude out. Once I'm done with this level, I'll probably go troubleshoot the audio.
You will not be passive. I will be capturing the Archbishop. We have no choice but to fight our way through.
That's the Princess of Persia. After everything she's been through, she might be willing to join us. Assuming we can take her alive.
Go and stab that earth.
Will be eliminated with quickness. Have defeat here. For the Empire.
This is no place for royalty to die. Not here. Not like this.
Yes. I am choosing life. I will be going with you peacefully.
Alright, looks like Sedith is held up.
I can scarcely believe we arrived here whole and sound. I do have my deepest gratitude. We cannot leave the valley until we see both Sedith and Catherine to safety.
Thanks for the help. Never would have made it out of there without you.
Alright, hopefully the game doesn't glitch out again. Alright, so this is where he got stuck last time. Okay, thank goodness. Oh my gosh.
Do not wish to consider what would have happened had you not come along.
Hubie. Sorry, Hubie, I gotta take you down.
Your heads will have to suffice.
Alright, fine, be that way, Hubert. Jesus. A lot of people joke that, like, this might as well be his battle theme because, like, him and Dedue are, like, one of the only characters you can't recruit besides the Lords. And the amount of times you have to face him in the Blue Lines route in 3 houses, with this music playing on in the background, that's why they say this might as well be Hubert's battle theme. Alright, done.
You may have your victory today. How will I face Her Majesty after this?
I don't know, man. You tell me. Alright, battle complete. Alright, everyone levels up. Alright, so now Petra and Happy are playable characters. words.
Lady Rhea, Seventh. I'm relieved you both made it out unharmed. It appears we arrived just in time.
You have our utmost thanks for aiding in our retreat, Your Majesty. I can only apologize for the trouble we may have caused your outfit.
King Dimitri, I cannot express just how grateful I am to you and all the fine people of Fargus.
The honor is mine. Your order provided me with immeasurable aid during my ascension to the throne. My citizens would have branded me a heathen had I not returned the favor.
And now it seems we are the ones who owe a debt. The church shall provide whatever assistance it can to your efforts.
If you see it prudent, I have no objection to placing the Knights of our order under Kingdom command.
Thank you both. While it pains me to qualify our hospitality, this kingdom is not a wealthy one, neither in goods nor provisions. I fear we may struggle to compensate your soldiers, or even to feed them.
You needn't trouble yourself with such concerns. Your generous offer of shelter will be more than enough.
Very well. We've lingered here long enough. Let us make for Phrygia. There's much to discuss. The church, the kingdom, and the battles to come.
2 years ago, I never would have imagined we'd be fighting a war like this. I'm with you there. But now that we are, you found yourself in a rather favorable situation, no? How do you mean? When a war breaks out, every mercenary in the land starts crawling out of the woodwork. And those associates you happen to be working with should be tough enough to take on you know who. Gerald's mercenaries. Yeah, good point. And then you can give them their just desserts or die trying.
Thanks, Arvel. Jeez.
Relax, relax. You know I'm on your side. Our destinies are forever intertwined.
In that case, let's assume Cornelia has hidden herself somewhere in the Western Territories.
If I had to guess, I'd say either Viscount Mateus or Viscount Gideon have taken her in. All the same, we can't exactly go around unseating every vassal we suspect of being disloyal.
Right. This is no simple matter, but at least we have a firmer grasp on the situation now than we did 2 years ago. To do, send word to House Perderi. We'll need soldiers on their land if we hope to keep the enemy at bay.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Viscount Mateus' son is here with us, while Viscount Gideon's daughter is off serving as a knight in Galatia. Under the present circumstances, we only have so many soldiers to spare on domestic matters. It seems we'll have to resort to any means necessary, in which case, I will bear the weight of the kingdom's sins. If slaughtering 100 foes means bringing salvation to 1,000 of our own, I will do it.
As you wish, Your Majesty. And if I may, try not to torment yourself so much.
Ah, how far our proud king has fallen. You sounded utterly vicious just now.
What do you want, Felix?
Oh, not much. I just thought catching a glimpse of your haggard face might put a smile on mine. I knew that playing the part of a cool-headed leader would be too much for you. But all this scheming, this calculation, doesn't suit you. Why don't you just give it a rest already?
You think too highly of me. This is who I am, Felix. I've never been anything more than a bloody demon on the path of revenge. I stand here today to lift the burdens of all who perished before me. To see that those who bear guilt for their deaths are held accountable. I will expose whoever I must. Slay whoever I must to see my task through to the end. There is no place for mercy within these walls. And if it affects the safety of my people, then that's all the more reason to strike now.
And here I thought you were finally starting to pull yourself together.
I snuffed out my uncle's life with my own 2 hands. As king and as general, I've killed countless more. I looked on as nearly everyone I held dear perished. I am the one who must take responsibility for their deaths. So rest easy, Felix. The weight of my atonement will not fall on your shoulders.
No point in trying to reason with a boar. Enough of that, though. The city seems to very spirited today. Is something going on?
Ah, yes. Lady Rhea and the others from the church are making an excursion to the capital. I suggest you join in on the festivities before you go. It does the heart good to see our people smile.
Everyone here? Let's get right into it. We have to figure out exactly where we stand in this war. As you all know, the Empire has taken the Great Bridge of Murder. The Imperial Army now occupies what was formerly House Phlegethon territory. House Gloucester has surrendered to them as well.
Doubtless an agonizing decision on my father's part.
House Ordelia, to the east of the bridge, has also vowed not to take up arms against the Empire.
We had precious little in the way of arms in the first place. You have my deepest apologies. You don't have to apologize, Lysithea. Count Cordelia did what anyone would have done.
And now Lawrence and Lysithea can't even go back home. That's not all. After the battle, the Imperial Army crossed Gloucester territory and attacked Garreg Mach. Rhea and the rest of the Central Church have apparently fled to the kingdom for sanctuary.
Then I suppose none of us will be able to visit our old school anytime soon.
I hope no one from the church was hurt.
Now that the monastery has fallen, the front lines are rapidly expanding north. It won't be long before Gertrude is within their reach. And if our capital falls, the Alliance goes with it. We have to stop them there, no matter the cost.
That all sounds well and good. But how large of an army will you even be able to raise at this point?
I don't think House Edmund will be able to send more troops. I'm sorry.
Which means House Goneril is the last of the 5 great lords upon whom we can rely.
I'm not so sure the combined forces of Houses Regan and Goneril will be enough to hold off the whole Empire.
We'll just have to work with what we've got. And let's not forget the hero of Daphne.
But we can't expect much from her in terms of sheer numbers. Any chance the kingdom could send troops?
I doubt they'll have any to spare. They've just started engaging the Empire themselves over in the west of Fargus. And besides, I'm not sure how much we can really trust them. I still have no idea what's going on in Dimitri's head. I might just have a plan, though. For now, all I can ask is that you fight, and fight with every last thing you've got.
You can always count on me. And my muscles.
Thanks, Raphael. That unfounded confidence of yours is like music to my ears.
We received a message from Hubert, Your Majesty. They failed to capture Archbishop Rhea. It seems she and her followers have been taken in by the Kingdom Army. They likely make for Ferdiad as we speak. So it goes. If Hubert himself couldn't succeed in the task, there's little chance anyone else could. There is more as well. Petra was taken by the enemy. She is apparently still alive, for better or for worse. I fear the kingdom may try to use her to make an ally of Bridget. Yes, it's likely she won't be coming back. And our stance towards Bridget will require some reconsideration.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Now then, we mustn't dwell on what's done. Our only choice is to look to the future. It seems an all-out war with the kingdom is nigh unavoidable at this point. Thankfully, I expect Count Rowe to join our cause. Having a hold on Aryan Road will surely prove advantageous as the war creeps on, so we stick to the plan. Through Count Rowe, we should be able to ingratiate ourselves to the other lords of the Western Kingdom.
Urgent report, Your Majesty. An army has been mustered at Castle Gaspar in Road territory. Lenato, the local lord, has vowed to find and eliminate Archbishop Rhea. He's mobilizing the army northward. Count Rowe's tacit approval of these actions has surely brought his allegiance to the Empire to light.
I can only assume this wasn't part of the plan. It's just one thing after another. Dispatch any nearby units to the area at once. Any lords willing to sever ties with the kingdom are too valuable for us to risk losing.
Azure Gleam. Skirmish in the fog.
Okay, so this chapter is in the blue or the Black Eagles route, so this seeing a different perspective of it apparently.
To the Central Church as they flee Garreg Mach Monastery, in turn provoking the Adrestian Empire to declare war on Fargus. While Dimitri and his advisors strategize how to repel the Empire's assault, they are met with devastating news. Lenato of Castle Gaspar has raised an army against him.
As I'm sure you
Poor Ash, jeez.
of tracking down and murdering the Archbishop.
I had hoped we could reconcile the matter by using neighboring lords as intermediaries, but it seems Lord Renato couldn't look past our willingness to shelter the church and has taken the matter into his own hands.
I can't believe this.
Ash, I won't stop you if you wish to return to Castle Gaspar. Even now.
I appreciate the offer, truly. But I am a knight of the royal family. My place is here.
So, what are House Row and Lord Lenato's soldiers up to? Or the Imperial Army, for that matter.
There's been no movement from House Row as of yet. He likely lacks the nerve. Monaco, on the other hand, has set off from Castle Gaspar and launched an attack on Geront land. Meanwhile, a vanguard from the Imperial Army has breached Kingdom territory. It seems they're aiming to rendezvous with Monaco and join the assault.
Wait, but if they're just a vanguard, doesn't that mean a larger force is going to come after them? We'll never stand a chance if they manage to meet up and form one massive army.
House Galatea is sending reinforcements to fend them off, but our enemy deployed alarmingly fast. I only hope the House Garite soldiers can repel Lord Lenato and his men long enough.
In any case, we can't just sit here on our hands. They need help, and fast. Let's run.
You're right, and I'll be coming with you.
The risk is too great, Your Majesty. You should stay here in the capital.
We've already been over this to do. My leadership is needed on the front lines. We'll march west from Karen territory to intercept and crush Lenato and the Empire's forces. From there, we'll mount an attack on Arya Road. The Row army will be cut off from the Imperial reinforcements and fall by our hand. Finally, we'll seize control of Arya Road and the entire western front along with it.
I've asked a distant relative of the royal family, Duke Eva, to keep watch over.
Sounds like a plan. Most of the big fights are gonna be around Aryan Road, if I had to guess.
No matter what, we need to hurry. We'll be done for if we don't drive them off soon.
Agreed. And my apologies. We always seem to deploy with such haste lately.
It's nothing. It's not like it's your fault or anything. Sure, you're the king and we're your subjects now. But we're your friends before that. We'll do whatever you need of us.
I suppose you're right. Thank you. Oh, and one more thing before we go. Received word from the church the other day. Zeta and Sister Flame will be joining us from here on out, leading a company comprised of Knights of Ceres.
Said huh? I'm not the kind of girl to turn down a helping hand, but I can't help but wonder why.
I haven't had the chance to discuss it with you yet. Perhaps you can ask him yourself if the opportunity arises.
Alright, so time to go tackle that on. But first, back to camp. Alright, so Sedith and Flame are playable characters. So yeah, basically this is explaining that you can go on expeditions with one given member of your party to use activity points. Forgive me, but do you have a moment?
How are you?
Moving forward, I expect our army will continue to advance as we establish more bases such as this one. Whenever a large number of people live together for a stretch of time, various problems are bound to occur. You may be inconvenienced as well. Please inform me right away if anything comes up. Got it, thanks. I'll let you know straight away. Please do. As the army's leader, my aim is to respond as best I can to potential concerns. The Kingdom Army is a coalition of soldiers from our various lords. We are a congregation of births and ideologies. Though I hope everyone will understand and compromise with their peers, I suspect that will not always be the case. I have some new facilities established in preparation for the coming battle. I most certainly will be of great use to you, and I bid you to take a look while we have the time. Alright, I'll go check those out in just a moment. But before we get going on that, I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break. I will be back in just a moment. Or, I'd say a few minutes. I'd say stay tuned. Alright, give me a second. Alright, so I'm back. Now I'm just gonna do some audio tests for a second. Okay, I think the audio's good for now then. Alright, so back into it. So now that we've officially finished Chapter 4, it's on to Chapter 5, so this will be, there, let me get that situated. Just gotta adjust one or two more things. Alright, awesome. So yeah, I'm gonna be exploring around camp, so that's what I'm gonna be doing for a bit, so there isn't gonna be any battle footage for a bit. I think Castle Gaspar is in Road territory, which is fairly close to Dominic lands. I've actually met Count Rue myself. Well, I guess we only spoke a tiny bit. He was always going off on his attendance. Honestly, he didn't make a good impression on me. We're fighting Lord Lenato and the Empire's army, then it makes sense we'd have to face Count Rowe next, right? I don't imagine they just open their gates if we lay siege to the castle with a large army. Nope, definitely not. As I understand it, the Southern Church is one of the churches in Adrestia that's part of the Saros faith. They apparently had a doctrinal dispute with the Central Church a long time ago. But the old Southern Church and modern one must be entirely different, right? What do you mean? Aren't they the same organization with the same doctrine? Well, the present Southern Church is actually under the Empire's command, and their bishop abides by the Emperor's dictates as well. The bishop's name escapes me, but if I recall, he's the father of one of the students who was in the Black Eagles. I wonder if the people in the Empire weren't surprised by all the changes regarding the church. I imagine I'd be a little confused myself if something I'd taken as a given was so suddenly rejected. Never in a million years did I imagine I'd be fighting as a commander for Fargus. Even now when I see the knight's flag fluttering in the air, the indescribable feeling washes over me. You don't need to keep an eye on me. I may detest Fargus, but I'm not actively hostile to them now. So it looks like they formed an alliance with Dusker. Alright, here's Sylvain. Now that Lord Lenato pledges allegiance to the Empire, it's pretty likely they'll try to help him. They can't get a reputation for abandoning those who support him. After all, there'll be a huge deterrent for anyone who's planning to betray the kingdom and go over to the Empire. So I bet their Emperor will make an effort to rescue Gaspar's army. Kinda makes me feel like, I don't know, like the war has truly begun. Alright, I talked to Dimitri already, so let's go talk to Arvel. This will be your first time in Magdrid. I hear a dense fog blankets the land there. I wonder if you'll be able to manage. What do you mean? Don't try to hide it. We both know you could be directionally challenged sometimes. Just spare me the grief of having to watch you accidentally wander into enemy encampments. I mean, to be fair, he's been with you for, well, 2.5 years almost. So, like, he's intimately familiar with your patterns by now. I fought alongside my commanding officer for a long time, but this will be my first time going to Castle Gaspar. Apparently, the Lord of Castle Gaspar is really beloved by his people. I hear that everyone volunteered to enlist the moment they heard that Lord Lenato himself was going to fight. His soldiers' morale must be sky high, too. That kind of fervor does nothing for me. I can't figure out why Lenato would start such a reckless fight. He might hold a grudge against the church because of my stepbrother, but to go as far as recruiting people from the city into his forces. By stepbrother, you mean Lenato's son, right? What's with all this grudge against the church? The church found my stepbrother to be involved in the tragedy of Dusker and executed him. Wait, the church are the ones who killed him? I get it if the kingdom carried out the execution, but the church doing it doesn't make any sense to me. Fargus was in turmoil because of King Lambert's assassination, so the church stepped in and judged the perpetrators on its behalf. But the church gave no further explanation on its decisions, not to Lenato, not to anyone in the kingdom. Sounds like there's more to the story. But anyways, at least I understand the situation with Lord Lenato now. Welcome to my shop. Or what's gonna be my shop if I ever open the darn thing. Anyways, hiya, I'm Anna, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. If I find anything good, I'll add it to my stock, so keep checking back. Recently, several of the church's scholars headed to the Galatia territory, I believe at the invitation of the Count. Galatia is evidently an impoverished place, devoid of anything but wild wastes. I guess they're working on some kind of reclamation project. In any event, I'm glad that both of us and them are going to be helping the people of the kingdom. So Cyril's here too. I came here with Sedith, but I gotta head to Calamus soon. I'm just here so I can tell Lady Ray about how things are going on the front. Probably end up coming back from time to time on business for her. A lot of the church people left in Calamus are elderly, so it's up to me to step up and do my best. And he's gone.
How can I be of service?
Aryan Road is the seat of Hout Rose's power. It's renowned as one of the most impenetrable forces in all of Fodlan. If we're able to defeat Lord Lenato and Magdred and carry the momentum west to Fell and Aryan Road, we should be able to gain the advantage even in the face of Imperial Army's superior forces. Keep up the good work, Commander. Nothing to report today. You remember me? I used to guard the gate back at Garrick Mock. It's Gatekeeper! It's my boy! It's the baby! Sure, I remember you, but why are you here? I came to protect the members of the church. Oh, and also because you kingdom folks saved me back in LL. I have family back in Adrestia, so if I'm being totally honest, I've got mixed feelings about all this. But it's a gatekeeper's duty to protect his charges. I swear to you, I'll lay down my life to defend these gates. Ah, it's you. I appreciate the assist back in ALL. The name's Catherine, or Thunder Catherine, if you will. I'm one of the Knights of Saros. Good to be fighting by your side. Name's Gabby. I'm serving as a commander in the kingdom's private army for the time being. Heard a lot about you. Folks say you know your way around a sword. Lady Rhea gave us direct instruction to come help the kingdom army. The church is grateful the kingdom took them in despite the danger. We'll make sure we repay the best way we know how, on the battlefield. Alright, so let's go. So let's see, we got battalions to start out with. So this basically gives you a fighting edge. And you start out with absolutely nothing. I'm gonna see exactly how many people are in my party first. So I got 14 party members to start out with, so I'm gonna need that many battalions. Alright, I'll probably do 15 just to make it simple. Alright, then I'm gonna go ahead and assign those. That's basically going to be the formula of this whole playthrough, is like, you fight a bunch, and then come back to the camp to reorganize. And of course it happens a bit more frequently because, like, eventually you have to deal with, like, a supply chain, you have to come back to do stuff at camp. It's pretty easy to go back and forth, but it's basically going to be one battle and then go back to camp temporarily. I mean, realistically, I'm probably only going to be able to complete a couple of chapters a stream, which is fine. Well, and plus, I know earlier I got slowed down by the fact that, set it glitched towards the end of the level, so I had to pause temporarily, which kind of sucked. We collect any unneeded armaments and resources here. Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Nothing can go to waste.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
Alright, so basically this is where you're going to get supplies for basically making the camp upgrades. So this is where you can buy the stuff, and then this is where you can sell your equipment to get more smithing stones. I'll probably keep most things for now, unless it's like a rusted thing.
Everything has its use.
Alright. Alright, so then there's the blacksmith. Hand over your weapons and I'll forge them good. Remember, the only thing standing between your death is the weapon in your hand. Alright, so basically you can enhance your weapons at the blacksmith. I know Lord Lenato. He serves Rufus. He served Rufus for a time, you see. And I heard that Castle Gaspar was granted him on the recommendation of the Grand Duke. However, the two of them clashed quite frequently, so maybe it was a simple way to rid himself of a bothersome man. The last time I saw Lord Lenato was at Lambert's funeral, I believe. I can scarcely believe that this is how we will meet again. It pains my heart. As we turn our forces to the south, the Margrave keeps his eyes on the north. He actually has another son in addition to Sylvain. No, wait, I shouldn't speak about matters pertaining to other houses. I'm not gonna ask if you don't want to say anything. We can just drop it. Yeah, let's. My apologies for bringing up such difficult matters. Now then, we've had intelligence of the enemy will employ a company of skilled mercenaries in the coming battle. We'll be well served to prepare for all manners of ferocity. Alright, so then there's that already. You're familiar with Magdred Way. It's a highway that connects the Western Forest and Garrick Mach. Castle Gaspar sits on that road. Lenato's the Castilian there. Sometimes a dense fog blankets the road, but it ought to be okay this time of the year. Probably. That's the game's way of saying, no, things are gonna go wrong. And you're gonna just have to deal with it. Alright, there's Happy. I guess I'm with you people now. Ah, well, beats dying out there somewhere. Still, to think I ended up in the kingdom after all. Be a real hassle to explain all that stuff, though. Sure hope I don't run into her. Not loving this, you staring at me, Silence. Have you heard rumors of Red Morn of Etha? I don't know much of this is true, but one of the Grand Dukes of Etha's surviving retainers plotted to assassinate the king out of vengeance. Yet on the morning the dark deed was to take place, the retainer's headless corpse was found laid out in the head of Castle Etha. Sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? Makes you wonder if the same fate would befall any of us who were to depose the king. As long as I'm having a way to survive, I choose that, always. But I'm feeling relieved not to be fighting the Empire again soon. I've been given my full strength now. Yeah, what a relief. I imagine you're none too enthusiastic about fighting former allies. Yes, however, it's being inevitable. I'll have to be steeling my heart. Right now, I'm only focusing on the fight in front of me. I cannot be affording to worry about who I am facing. His Majesty's got so much to do, but he comes and trains with us every day. Me and the other folks in my unit always try to take him on, but we're nowhere near a match for him. That said, I do think our teamwork's improved because of it. I'm sure he'll beat any opponent who is on our level. There's one thing I know, it's that trusting in your allies' strength and working together is the key in whatever you do. Alright, so that covers the main circle, so then kind of time to talk to the people in the inner section. Alright, so there's Sedith. The Archbishop is both moved and deeply grateful that the kingdom has accepted us. In her view, it would be lamentable if we met your noble deeds with our own failure to cooperate. Bearing that in mind, we dispatched a portion of the Knights of Saros to rush to your aid. I get the reason, but are you gonna fight too? You're not a knight, just the Archbishop's assistant. And as such, it's my responsibility to stand at the vanguard and oversee the battle in Lady Rhea's stead. The Knights of Saros are the finest in the land. They are every bit as equal to the King's army. I have no doubt we will be of great service to you. Back when I was about 14 or 15, the boar and I went out west to help quell a rebellion. That's when I witnessed the beast inside him. I knew exactly what I saw. Tell me, do you think you can imagine the look on his face when he slew the enemy commander? Yeah, I think so. Given how you're talking, I'm guessing he smiled or something? That's right. I've known him a long time, but I had no idea he was capable of that. I now know that the commander was deeply involved in the Dusker incident. It's not wrong to want revenge, but when I look at him now, it makes my stomach turn. So yeah, that's the main reason why Felix doesn't like him, Dimitri right now. It's because he's seen the bloodlusty side of Dimitri. I shall be joining the Kingdom Army in this fight as well. Of course, I did not just up and come here. I secured Lady Rhea's permission first. Huh, that must mean you can fight at least a little, yeah? Glad to have you. Goodness, a little? I will have you know that despite my appearance, I am quite accustomed to the battlefield. And on that note, Sedith and I look forward to fighting alongside you. Alright, here's to do. I suspect you know, but Lord Lenato is Ash's adoptive father. So long as Ash is resolved to fight, we shouldn't interfere. However, Lenato will likely be a difficult opponent for our friend. Please bear that in mind. You can reflect on your previous battles here. The past has much to teach us. Come here whenever you wish to ponder your previous actions. So this is basically allows you to refight something. to get more experience. But then also, it's like any battle, if your allies fall, they're dead. Like, they're perma-dead in classic mode. Alright, so on that note, I'm gonna go take care of matters around the camp, starting with the activities. Say, this is such a calmer theme than the Empire's camp theme. Alright, so... Oh, right, before I do that, I'm gonna go check out the supports that I've got. Because I have the C support with Ingrid right now.
Huh. So House Yvonne is actually just a branch of House Blaythic?
Yes, though really, if you trace any noble bloodline back far enough, you will find most of them are related in one way or another. For example, Duke Yvonne possesses the crest of Karen, while her grandfather possessed the minor crest of Feldarius. Yet another of her ancestors bore the crest of Blaythin, which is passed down through the royal bloodline.
So you just gotta have a crest to inherit the family title, huh? Doesn't matter which one it is?
In general, yes. The nobility used to be more particular about their requirements, but that is in the past now. Since the houses all keep intermingling, none of them really have a pure bloodline anymore. Meaning they don't get to be picky about which crests they get. Though in truth, the main reason why crests are so valued is because they allow their bearers to wield the hero's relics, passed down through generations. In other words, one who possesses a crest compatible with the family's relic is much more likely to inherit the family title.
Huh. Speaking of, you're the heir to House Galatea, but your crest comes from another family, right?
Yes, but my house is a little different from the others. We originally split off from House Daphne in Leicester, you see, and at times in our history, crest bearers have been passed over entirely for the inheritance.
Ugh, can't you just pick a rule and stick to it? Why do you nobles always have to make stuff so complicated?
Complicated or not, this is important knowledge if you are going to keep serving His Majesty. If you stay ignorant, the soldiers you command will lose respect for you, and His Majesty's reputation will be irreparably damaged.
Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't be complaining after I asked you to teach me. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, right. You're the legitimate heir and you have a crest, which means you're gonna inherit the family title someday. But what about all that talk of becoming a knight? Can you even do that if you're leading your house?
I have dreamt of obtaining knighthood and defending the king ever since I was a little girl. But I'm afraid it's not meant to be.
And none of your siblings have crests, do they? Isn't there anyone who can take the title for you?
My eldest brother says he is willing to do so if necessary. After all, the decision comes down to what the family and the heir want. Usually, leadership passes to a child with a crest. There have been exceptions, as I mentioned before. Even so, it is the duty of every kingdom noble to take up their relic in defense of their people. Not to mention, my father is not the only one who wants to see me in charge of the house. The citizens of Galatea are hoping for the same.
Huh. I'm not sure I really get all the politics behind it, since I wasn't born in the kingdom, but wouldn't you still be able to protect the king, even if you ended up a count?
I am not sure I follow.
Sorry, I can explain some other time. There's a story about a mercenary I'd love to tell you.
Alright, to be continued. Alright, now let's go volunteer.
Make yourself useful? I've got nothing to worry about with the two of you on the job.
Let's do this, Ash.
We can do anything we put our minds to. Let's show our friends the
I didn't even realize the dude's got like a side braid. Nice.
This is all.
I should be the one thanking you.
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful. Counting on you both.
All right, let's give it our best.
We can do it together.
Let's make these two work with each other. Why not?
I've got nothing to worry about with the two of you on the job.
Stuck with you again? Fine, let's get this over with.
Indeed. We should finish this quickly for both of our sakes.
Alright, that takes care of that.
That was child's play.
And yet, no. We can leave it at that. I appreciate the help today, Phoenix.
We all rescue our fair share.
Alright, so then let's go view some supports. Okay, it's just Ash and me.
Oh, it's you. What are you doing?
Hey, Ash. Not much. Just perusing this tactics book. Have you read it before?
I sure have. It was popular in Leicester a few years back, if I remember right. I picked it up myself back at the monastery. But it was so dense, it took me ages to finish.
It's a pretty tough one, I'll give you that. But there's some great stuff in here, too, if you can get past the writing.
Hold on. You were born in a remote mountain village in Ordelia territory, right?
Yeah, so this pretty much confirms, like, you're pretty much from the Alliance.
Yeah. What's your point?
I guess I'm just impressed you can handle such an obtuse book, given your upbringing. I mean, nobles and the children of rich families are taught to read by default, but most commoners never get the opportunity. Honestly, I've been wondering who taught you ever since our time at the academy. I hope I didn't offend you. I'm just curious.
Nah, it's fine. I learned from my mom. Adoptive mom, that is. Looking back on it now, it is kind of weird that someone as smart as her was off living in the middle of nowhere like that.
I'm sure she must have had a reason for being there.
Hard to say. She never liked talking about her past, so I don't know much beyond what I saw for myself.
At the very least, it's obvious she was well educated. That's clear just from looking at you. Not only can you read and write, but you know arithmetic and how to navigate with a map, too. In that sense, you're not so different from the average noble or knight raised in the lap of luxury.
You really think? Yeesh, you're gonna make a gal blush. I only have my mom to thank for raising me so well, though.
Yeah, she must have been an incredible woman. You know, I didn't know how to read myself until I met Lenato.
Huh. Now that you mention it, I never really saw the other mercs in my company with a book in their hands. Except for the captain, of course. Makes me wonder where my mom learned all that. But it's not like I can ask her now. She's gone.
Alright. And with that, time to go train for battle!
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
Alright, so... let's see what I want to do. I'll upgrade him to the mercenary class. Like how he gets demoted from Wyvern Lord, which it is what it is. Alright, so that should get everyone situated, so now let's go ahead and let people train. Then you can do successive training, which basically gets all your training done until someone hits a bastard, so it saves time. Alright, so Sylvain's good to go, so I'm gonna swap him out for Dimitri. Then, of course, you have to get your training facilities to a certain level in order to do advanced or master classes. Plus, you have to get the seals, but I know the master seals weren't available until like halfway through the campaign in the Black Eagles run, so that's not going to be for a bit. Oh gosh.
Hey, what kind of greeting is that? I gave you my title, not free license for insolence.
Felix, you were a treasure.
Spare me the lecture. I have a question about the lords of Southern Fraldari's territory.
So you're having trouble with them as well, are you? Let me guess. They're withholding provisions. Or perhaps they refuse to send troops they promised.
How did you know?
Because I've been through the same thing with them any number of times.
Southern soldiers are unskilled, but they make up for it with sheer numbers. I need their cooperation, yet they refuse to negotiate. And I have no idea how to convince them.
Yes. I imagine they're dealing with their own issues.
And what issues would those be?
When they refused to send reinforcements for the invasion of Srang, it was because the lords were embroiled in a succession dispute. If one house sent soldiers, the others would pounce on the opportunity to move against them. But mere letters could never have told you something like that.
So you went around to each territory personally?
Yes. Though considering we're presently on war footing, doing so now would be unwise.
Well, that's hardly helpful, but I'll take it into consideration and see what I can do. Something funny?
Just thinking that you've grown into a fine duke.
Excuse me, like I'll cry in the corner.
Expecting me to fail? You're the one who gave me the title, after all.
True. But I inherited the role when I was much older than you. You're doing extremely well for your age. It seems I raised two very capable sons.
Yeah, because keep in mind, Felix is only 19 right now.
Don't tell me you're glorifying Glenn's death again.
Ugh.
Felix.
I've been walking in your footsteps, serving our king and leading an army of knights. After all that, I thought maybe I'd come to understand you a bit better, but I still can't stomach what you said that day.
Looks like I overstepped yet again. Perhaps the two of us will never see eye to eye. If Glenn were alive, I half suspect he'd say I was being childish.
So yeah, basically, to summarize the whole backstory with that, Glenn was one of the knights serving Dimitri when the tragedy of Dusker happened, and he lost his life that day, so... And then his dad basically puts Glenn on a pedestal, and Felix is just upset with his dad. So that's kind of where that turmoil comes from. This is brought up, like, pretty early on in Three Houses, so it's not, like, once you kind of know that, it's not much of a spoiler at this point. Okay, so I've talked to everybody, and I've done all the training and the supports. Let me see if I need to upgrade weapons. Gonna go ahead and sort by weapon level. Alright, so that weapon's better. Alright, so that's everyone for weapons. Then I've got... So yeah, some people have heroes, relics, and weapons. So yeah, basically Dimitri has his lance. I think Ingrid also has her lance. Yeah, Ingrid has her lance, Lewin. And then some of them are inheritors of certain heroes' relics, like... Yeah, Felix has got the Aegis Shield. Sylvain will eventually have access to the Lance of Ruin, but I don't think we've gotten to that point in the story yet. Mercedes has a pendant, but its location is kind of a spoiler, but she has the crest of, she has a crest too. And then Annette's crest basically gives her access to Crusher, which is a magic hammer, but because her uncle and cousin also have a crest, or her cousin does, he has Crusher, but I'm guessing she'll get Crusher at some point too. But for now, it looks like just Dimitri, Felix, and Ingrid have their hero's relics, and then Sedith has the crest of Keyhole, which allows him to use the Spear of Assault. And then Flane has the crest of Sathleen, which allows her to use the Casetus Staff, which is basically like a magic healing staff. So that's kind of the gist there. So now that I've got all that stuff situated, I'm gonna go ahead and go sell the rest of my excess weapons that are not being used. Oh,
Everything has its use.
hold on a second. Gonna go ahead and give... Okay, there we go. I just wanted to make sure someone had the strength ring before I accidentally sold it.
Souls are the lifeblood of any army.
Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and sell stuff. I'll save like 2 of each weapon type for now. So yeah, I'll go ahead and pawn those off.
Everything has its use.
Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can make any upgrades to the training facilities while I'm at it.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities.
So basic building materials and recruit training gear.
Know if I may be of further service.
I might actually take care of that later. I kind of want to get to the gameplay, or the combat, anyways, because I know it's been a bit. Yeah, let's actually get a chapter done on the stream. Yeah, because I know it's like I'm almost halfway done with the stream already. Alright, go ahead and save. Alright, off to battle! Defeat 500 enemies, and mission expires. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and get some other party members some experience. Alright, so I'll go ahead and get Ingrid in there. Ash. I'll go with that, actually. Alright, onwards.
Let's earn our keep. I'll do what I've gotta do. That's it. I'm with you.
Alright, so the goal of this is just kind of just aim for the subordinates, I guess. And then, I guess in the meantime, have the other people take out strongholds.
Begin the operation. Our orders are clear.
I'll do my best.
So yeah, basically I have to defeat 500 enemies in 10 minutes. So it looks like I'm about a fifth of the way done. Yeah, so using my default is just let the other party members take care of strongholds, because, like, in the meantime, you can get so much stuff done while the others are preoccupied. Well, especially in this case, because, like, normally I'd swap between party members if the goal was to take out strongholds, but considering the goal here is to wipe out a X number of enemies, that's why I'm having, Shez lead the charge. Yeah, for sure I'll be able to do at least this chapter. If I can somehow also get chapter 6 done tonight, then I think that'd be good progress. But I'll see what the time ends up being by the time I get to that point. Because, yeah, on average, I think it's usually like 5 or 6 regular battles and some side quests before you get to the next chapter. And then there's the chapter battle. Give Rodrigue some way here. Okay, so Ingrid's done now. So I'll have her go ahead and take out that dude. Alright, so okay, Ash is free. I'm gonna go have him take care of that dude. Still trying to reorient myself to, like, what this story is like, because basically from going from the Black Eagle story to this is kind of whiplash. Because as you guys have probably figured out from this, this playthrough, is that the Empire and the Kingdom are not on friendly terms, and yeah, that's definitely true in, the Black Eagle's route. Okay, I gotta hurry, otherwise the Commoner is gonna die. And they go ahead and use magic. Go ahead, some damage there. Alright, so that's done, so I gotta take out 60 more dudes. Yeah, see, I'm gonna do this in like half the time limit, so I should be okay. So many mages. Alright, one more. Alright. Mission complete.
Let us take this moment to bask in the joy of victory.
Yeah, I know, my Shez in the Black Eagles playthrough is, like, ridiculously overpowered. I think, like, most of the characters are, like, at about, like, the level 30s, whereas Shez, I'm pretty sure, is at, like, level 55. It's insane, actually.
Curse that doddering fool. Striking out on his own was idiotic to the utmost degree.
Had he only been more patient,
We could have all joined with the Imperial Army's main corps and mobilized as one cohesive unit.
It seems the kingdom's offer of shelter to the Central Church incensed him to act. You know how deeply Lord Lenato's hatred for the Church and their kind has festered. Ever since the day they brought a blade down on his son's neck.
but what of his adopted son? Wasn't he made a knight of the royal family? For a time he served the Grand Duke of Etha as well. I can't possibly fathom what the man is thinking.
Really? The matter seems rather open and shut to me. He possesses a burning hatred for both the Church and the Archbishop at its head. Just as they deserve the ultimate punishment in Lenato's mind, so too does the king, who has chosen to take them in.
If only he'd slow down for a moment to consider how his ridiculous actions would affect me. I carried out my betrayal of the kingdom with the promise of imperial protection of our territory firmly in sight. That will, of course, all be for naught if this ends with our lands razed to the ground and my head skewered on the lance of the enraged King of Fargus.
should prepare ourselves for what's to come.
If Lord Lenato and his men fall, Aryan Road is sure to be met with a siege, in which case we head back to the kingdom. A peace offering, if you will. But if Lenato emerges victorious, we defect to the Empire as planned. Both sides covered the fortress. Whichever way the winds of war blow, we only need match them to stay afloat.
Are you sure, Your Excellency? Normally you'd balk at such cagey behavior.
Don't play dumb with me, Gwendol. You've said it yourself. There will be no shame in surrender as long as you fight tooth and nail to the end.
All right. And grab some stuff. Yeah, this is what I mean. It's like you pretty much grab whatever you can from the surrounding areas and then go from there. And then, yeah, just letting you know that you can get resources through Amiibo. Well, especially now that the Byleth Amiibo is a thing. Alright, so let's go. So yeah, now I can get another training section in, so I'm going to go ahead and expand a facility.
Any matters regarding the facilities?
Training dummies, yeah, definitely start with that. Oh yeah, I can do that too. So it basically costs less money to level up people. Oh, I can do more stuff, okay. And then these basically make it so that it increases the effects for classes that use certain weaponry. Alright, so that wraps that up. And there we go. So I'm going to go ahead and get some training in, and then I'm also going to look at some of the characters' backstories, because like it kind of just lets you know, like, hey, this is what the characters have been up to since the pre-time skip. Alright, so now I can train 2 more people, so I'm going to go ahead and get Sedith and Flame in with some training. Ingrid's good for now, so I'm going to go ahead and swap out her for Petra. And go from there. Alright, there we go. And then the nice part is you can just press ZR and you go straight back to the war map. Go ahead and save. Alright, on to battle number 2. Defeat the soldier and the other enemies. Don't let the kitchen be captured. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and go with this, and onwards.
Let's work together and defend.
You're at a disadvantage here, so don't get reckless.
Alright, so this tells you what units are advancing, and I think if they get to the entrance, you have like X number of time to kill them before you lose.
Begin the operation.
Okay, so I'll have Ingrid go over there.
Clear.
Where the heck is Ash at? Of course, he's all the way in the corner. Have him go for the archer and go from there. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and ignore this guy because he doesn't matter. Alright, that takes care of him. Alright, gonna go ahead and take a shortcut to get to that dude. Yeah, even in the Black Eagles playthrough, I have yet to use all 3 of those warps in a battle. Like, maybe 2, but definitely not all 3. I mean, to be fair, I'm only slightly past halfway through, so, I mean, that may change once I get further into the campaign. Oh, I just realized one of the guys is actively invading. Well, let's wrap this up quick. Alright, and then go ahead and use one to warp back. So yeah, sometimes there's actually a time limit saying, like, if they're in the base longer than X number of seconds, you lose. But typically what it is that if they kill the stronghold leader of the allied base, that's when they lose. Alright, let me go ahead, use a vulnerary. And then I'll have Rodrigue go and... yeah, say before Ingrid dies, let me go have Shez help them. Then I'll have Rodrigo rush this direction.
This doesn't look good. Please, I need help.
There we go. Alright, so they're just about dead, so yeah, she'll only take a couple seconds. Alright, so that takes care of that portion. Let's see what happens next.
Yes, we did it.
Alright.
Time to make a name for ourselves.
Alright, have everyone charge this piece of poo. Oh yeah, I suppose having Ingrid go against this guy was a very bad idea. Oh gosh, I just realized how poor of an idea this was. Yeah, kind of one of the #1 rules in terms of, like, what enemies are, kind of what works out for, like, fighting people. Usually, archers take out flying units. So, aka, don't have Ingrid fight an archer. That's just straight up a bad idea. Alright, go ahead. Yeah, it's like, we need some help over here. Gonna have our, take Ash lead the way for a bit. There we go. Noise. Alright, there we go.
I don't know how we helped them all, but we did.
And then you'll get challenging quests that are, like, illuminated in pink, which are harder. So with this one, you can only take melee units into battle. Alright, go ahead and take on the extra quest. And the numbers for the extra quests only trickle down if you do a main quest, not these side quests. Alright, onwards! Yeah, I mean, normally you're, like, deciding on what to do, so, like, you never really run into this load screen in that case. But yeah, if you just go in right away, you actually will see the load screen. Alright, so let's have everyone take out people.
Begin the operation. Our orders are clear.
We must act now.
We'll have to take things from here.
Alright, Ingrid's done.
Begin the operation.
Have her go deal with that dude. Might as well do the critical.
Looks like we got a live one. Time to get in there and fight.
Fierce as our foe may be, we cannot let ourselves lose heart.
Okay, so I'm gonna go take out this dude, and then I'm gonna have everyone else go towards the giant sandworm.
Fine work indeed. I can see why His Majesty has placed his trust in you.
Alright, almost. Alright, done. Alright, and then Shez should be coming over soon. Okay, we're good.
This is not what. I should not be struggling so.
Alright, that takes out that Pegasus Knight. So yeah, generally speaking, these unique monsters, or, yeah, the monsters will, like, tell you where they're going to attack, so that's good. As long as you're outside of the blast radius, you're fine. So yeah, unfortunately, the only thing that gives us an edge in this battle is swords. Oh my gosh, Shez still isn't there? Jeez. Go ahead and use a critical.
Thank you, my friend.
Alright, then go ahead and switch over to Shez. Yeah, that took out a significant chunk of its health, so that worked out. Alright, finish it off! You're done!
Let us take this moment to bask in the joy of victory. The more unkicking.
Alright, head back to base.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Well, how'd it go? Any result's a good result.
Care to make yourself useful? Counting on you, bro.
Let's do this together.
Indeed. Let's give it our best.
We all must do our fair share.
I have exhausted most of the Pegasus Corps. So how should I advance the mounted units on the ground?
Well, and of course, this is just weird because, like, Glenn was Zerbatrosa. Basically, in an ideal circumstance, Rodrigue would have been her father-in-law.
A tricky proposition indeed. The enemy general won't be foolish enough to miss a chance to seize the advantage here.
If we are going to face the enemy with our remaining troops, it would be best to have the mounted units take up formation in the narrow pass to the east. Then, the remaining Pegasus Knights can attack from the cliffs above and end this quickly. Still, my scouts claim there may be archers stationed on those cliff tops.
Naturally. Everyone knows to expect Pegasus Knights as soon as they see the standard of Galatea. The enemy will doubtless be ready for this.
Yes, it is quite the predicament. I cannot help but wonder what my father or brothers would do. As someone who commands an army of Galatea, withdrawal is not an option.
I don't think you need to rack your brain over this too hard, Ingrid.
But if we fight without any sort of strategy, we will suffer major casualties.
Which might prove to be in your favor. If the enemy sees your back to the wall, Knights stand ready.
Nearly half. Perhaps more if their wounds can heal in time.
Then select the most skilled from among them and make for the cliff tops.
And fly into the jaws of their trap?
While using the speed of the Pegasi to minimize injury, make it look like you're taking a desperate retreat. Then withdraw your troops. If the enemy thinks they've subdued the famed Pegasus Knights of Galatea, they'll deploy troops from their main fortress, leaving it lightly guarded. Once they do, send a separate unit of your remaining Pegasus Knights to capture it.
Yes, that just might work. You are amazing, Lord Rodrigue. I suppose this comes from your wide range of experience.
Actually, it's a strategy suggested by your brother once upon a time.
My brother? Oh, that's right. I believe he served in Sprang while he was still a squire.
Despite his low rank, he astonished us all with his clever suggestions for deploying our flying units.
I have a long way to go if I wish to live up to him. I must prove more diligent about studying strategy.
Very ambitious. My son could stand to learn a thing or two from your example, but you ought not overextend yourself. Make certain to rest those wings every once in a while. You wouldn't be able to face the Count or your brothers if I allowed you to work yourself to exhaustion.
Resting my wings is a rather difficult proposition. I can't very well run about playing games as I did when I was a child. In any case, I thank you very much for the advice. I think I know how to proceed now.
The pleasure is mine, Ingrid. This is a most dangerous strategy, so let's endeavor to make sure we both come out of this alive.
Alright, back to the war map.
What do you think?
Alright, so I'm going to start by doing the easier map. Rescue the Cavalier and their allies. You die, or you lose if they're routed. Alright, onwards.
We've no time to delay. We must cut through the enemy camp like wind through a grassy field.
You're at a disadvantage here, so don't get reckless.
Alright, so now we're going to take some enemy strongholds, so let's divvy up the workload a bit.
Our orders are clear.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
We must act now, before the worry sets in.
Alright, and then I'll take out the stronghold captain first, so I can teleport back here if necessary. Okay, now he's dead.
You got one tough fight on your hands.
We need backup! Please, hurry!
Not a problem.
Go ahead and switch over to Ash to make this easier so the archer doesn't die. Almost. Noise. Alright, there's the stronghold captain. Alright, then I'll have Ash go after him once I'm done. Let's take out this archer. Literally freeze him in place. Alright, he did. Alright, let's go back to... Actually, let me get Ingrid to take out the stronghold captain first to make progress. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's switch back to Ash. Oh gosh, oh no. I took a lot of damage. And I took a lot of damage again. Yeah, this archer means serious business, jeez. Okay, so Rodrigue is good. I'll have him come over here to aid Ash. Then I'll have Shez go down there to go take out the brigand. Alright, so Shez is getting close, so I'll go ahead and take control then. There we go. Alright, so that takes care of that mission, so let's see what's next. Taking out Baron Barnabas. Alright, all-out offense. Gonna take over Rodrigue since he's closer. Alright, just because I'm worried about the strongholds, I'm gonna go use Shez to take out the reinforcements so none of the strongholds fall. Oh gosh. Get up there ASAP. Oh, nope, there's an archer still. Oh gosh. There we go. More damage in.
I'm glad we made it in time. The fight starts now.
Ready yourselves, everyone. We march.
We will win. I'm sure of it.
Alright, let's now time to go ahead and strategize.
Let us see what we can do.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
Begin the operation.
Alright, there we go. Alright, that takes care of that.
The rest is up to you.
Alright, phase one.
You shall pay for this, you heathen.
Alright, that's 2/3. Alright, TNT.
We won. I'm still not quite used to saying that yet.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Well, if it isn't our mercenary friend, I trust you've adjusted to life in the kingdom by now.
Yeah, more or less. I've been here a few times before on the job, so it's not too big a shock. But I've never lived as far north as Ferdiad. There's still a bunch I need to get used to. Stuff like the wind blowing straight through you, or how it's always so stupidly cold, even inside. Or how you can't go out after a blizzard. It snowed so much one night that I couldn't even open the door in the morning. Thought I was off to meet the goddess that day.
An amusing enough story when you tell it like that. But Fargus winters are no joke. They're harsh,
put streets covered in this stuff anywhere but here.
I thought the same when I was young. But the more years I gain, the more frustrating it becomes. Nevertheless, this brutal tundra is the only home we have, meaning there's nothing to do but adapt, persevere, and enjoy the lives we've built here.
Basically living in the Midwest in a nutshell.
Adapt. Like how the messengers ride Pegasi instead of horses during the winter?
Exactly. The sight of those majestic creatures soaring through the frost-ridden sky is, no matter how much snow blankets the ground, our Pegasi quite literally rise to the occasion. When my son and his majesty were still just boys, they followed mother off into the frigid mountains of all places. By the time I found them, they were but two shivering masses on the ground. For a moment, I thought my heart would never beat again.
So Felix has been getting into trouble ever since he was a kid, huh?
His penchant for danger is unchanged, yes. Though I fear his disposition has grown far sharper. The hardships of becoming Duke at his age are undoubtedly weighing upon his mind.
I don't know. I don't think you need to worry about him. He can take care of himself just fine.
A fair point. Perhaps it's time I let him spread his wings like the Pegasus he chased all those years ago. It seems the coming winter will bring more than just cold to Fargus. The ravages of war approach on the same wind. Training in such conditions will be a struggle indeed, but we cannot afford to ignore the looming shredding threat either. Managing our territories through it all will not be an easy task. But I have faith we will adapt, persevere, and overcome, just as we always have.
Next winter, huh? We'll just have to do whatever it takes to make sure the war's over by then. Care to make yourself useful?
Give Sylvain and Annette some love.
Counting on you both.
All right, let's give it our best.
Yeah, we've got this.
Nice.
We all must do our fair share.
Alright, back to the war map. Alright, time to do the hard map.
You can leave this to me. Understood.
Alright, that's all the edits I gotta make on that. Alright, let's do this.
Let us cut through our foes. All units, retreat. We will not fall here. This pressure is exactly what I need to thrive.
Back your assistance. I'm done seeing.
Let's begin. It's time to move.
I'll do my best. I'm a little nervous about this.
It's like, where the heck is yeah, I was like, where the heck is Rodrigue? There we go.
We must act now, before the worry sets in. Is that all? Feeble defense.
Gosh darn it. He literally is a beast, jeez.
We weren't strong enough.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
funny. Alright, how many do I have left? 28, okay. Alright. Time to kick Dorothea's butt. Oh, now we got a demonic beast. Alright, where the heck is... Okay, he's all the way in the corner. Run to do like your life depends on it. Wee. That was a good thing I brought him along because this thing's weak to axes. Alright, awesome. Alright, let's get Ash over here. Meantime, I'll just continue to whoop monster butt. Alright, let's finish this. Alright, done.
So long as we still draw breath, a path forward exists. Our next step is ever what matters most.
Try not to puke, Dimitri. Alright, awesome. Alright, let's go back to the camp for one final go-round, and then on to the chapter boss fight. Okay, so yeah, this is what I wanted to check out. Okay, so visits Ferdiad, but Dimitri becomes captain of House Blathed's private army, deploys as general in the Kingdom Army when the war begins. Ascends to the throne as the king of the Holy Kingdom of Fargus, begins purging insurrectionists and reforming the kingdom. When war begins, he assembles the Kingdom Army. Supports the rule of the new King Dimitri and joins the war. Formally ascends to the head of House Fraldarius, maintains order in his territory while assisting the king, deploys as a general in the Kingdom Army when the war begins, receives recommendation from Lenato and becomes a knight of House Blathed, goes back home to assist his father with governmental affairs, returns to her home in Ferdiad and helps with the family business, begins living with her parents in Ferdiad, goes back home to assist her father with governmental affairs, takes responsibility for the tragedy of Dusker, steps down as Duke Fraldarius, becomes a trusted retainer of the king, handles negotiations with Dusker and other vassal states, returns to Bridget, returns to Folan with the onset of war, deploys the general in the Imperial Army, and then fights in the deliverance of the Valley of Torment, is persuaded to become a general for the Kingdom Army, resides at Abyss, grumbling about being bored, conscripted to fight for the Central Church when war begins, joins the Imperial Army after they conquer Garrick Mach, fights in the deliverance of the Valley of Torment, persuaded to become a general. The Empire conquers Garrick Mach, takes refuge. Okay, that wraps that up.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the soldiers.
Alright, camp level D.
Let me know if I may be of further service.
Care to make yourself useful?
Counting on you both.
Yeah, we've got this. I will see it done speedily. We all rescue our fair share.
Alright, time to get some training in.
Time to work you into shape. Proper training.
Might have to go buy some intermediate seals so I can start, because, like, it's good to have your units trained in on other areas besides what they're used to, because so then you can get more skills and more magic spells acquired for them, etc. Especially if it's going to be a while until I can start using advanced seals. Well, of course, you can only buy a certain amount of seals at a time, too.
Allow me to assist with any. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Well, how'd it go? Any result's a good result.
So yeah, I'd say based on the timing of the stream and everything, I should be able to finish this chapter, and then probably do at least another chapter.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
Okay, so I'm gonna have him go to be a brigand so he can start getting some skills in other areas.
I will devote my
Okay, and then I'm going to upgrade. Well, I can just fix that later.
Please let me start.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and unlock this just so Annette has access to this once she's done training to be a mage.
Sure. I believe in.
Alright, I'll start with that and then do some training first. Gotta go ahead and get some base classes going, like I know he's gonna need the Lance ability at some point. And then... train Rodrigo on the fighter class. Have him train on the fighter class. Then I'll have her switch over to the priest class. Alright, that should take care of that. And last but not least, I'll go to the storehouse and give these off to my subordinates. 13, 9, yeah, I'll get that to Mercedes. Alright, and then I got 4 more intermediate seals that I can use later. I'll save that for once I'm done with this chapter. Yeah, I think that might be my goal, is just to try to do like 2 to 3 chapters a stream. Alright, on to the actual chapter fight. The Battle of Madrid.
After the last 2 years with Dimitri, I thought we'd seen every battlefield there is to see in Fargus. The Madrid way, huh? This one's new.
A little foggy, don't you think? I might even hazard to call it a lot foggy. You've never fought in conditions like these, so you do well to keep what wits you have about you. If you're not careful in this fog, you could find yourself walking straight off a cliff. Horrible way to go, if you ask me.
Come on, you're not my mom. I can handle myself.
If anything, you're my dad.
Confidence side of the bed. If that's how you feel, maybe you don't even need my help anymore.
You know what? Yeah. Why don't you sit this one out? I've got a thing or two I can show you.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. And just in case you forgot, if you die, I go with you. Our fates are intertwined, so don't do anything too reckless. You understand? Now come on, let's go.
Defeat Leonardo, defeat conditions. Okay, so you can persuade Dorothea in this map, so yeah, doing that. Definitely Torch. And then... Sign healers, yeah, I'll go with that. Okay, so who am I gonna have fight in this battle? Oh, Mercedes fight in the battle. All right, let's go.
There's no telling where our enemies might be lurking in this fog. Be ever ready for potential ambushes.
You lack the luxury of waiting for its clear. Lonato must be found and put to the sword as soon as possible. We will begin by advancing our front line. All forces, prepare to march. No backing down, not even against the king himself. We fight for Lord Lonato.
You barely see my hand in front of my face. Hey, did we bring torches?
And that's why you want to do the side missions and everything in a given area, because otherwise, like, because then you get advantages during the main boss fight. All right, let's take control of Mercy for a bit. There we go.
This is almost too easy.
Everyone, fall back. We need to regroup. All is proceeding apace, but don't let up. And keep an eye out for ambushes.
Oh crap.
Time to get to work.
Well, the Ashen Demon's here. Oh boy.
This must be reinforcements from the Empire. Everyone, gird yourselves.
Didn't think I'd get another shot at the Ashen Demon this soon.
You're more capable than I expected.
You're holding back. So much for gauging your strength. Take a breather.
Alright, where the heck is Niklaus? Niklaus! I'm gonna kick your butt. Brother! Niklaus! Well, of course, you're currently still 2 weeks. I think the whole point is that you are gonna get your butt handed to you. Oh, Sylvain's brother's here.
Looks like I'm late. Guess I'll get working on my orders.
I'll stop the enemy dead in their tracks. You all use your brains
So close to breaking his defenses. There we go. I don't know if that'll be enough to kill him, but that'll do some damage at least. Oh, you coward.
They were a formidable opponent. Would that we could finish them here. But greed in battle will only end in tragedy.
Okay, so now that Niklaus has been destroyed, or has been temporarily defeated, time to proceed. Time to go start searching some strongholds.
So, we beat the kid. These kingdom folks are tougher than I thought.
I may be new to Gerald's band, but my only hope is that I don't get you all killed. That funeral would truly be a great affair.
So yeah, this is the case, and also in the Black Eagles route, is regardless of what route you choose, once he finds out that Gerald's still alive, he joins the mercenary band and abandons the Knights of Saros.
Shall we?
Oh, we found Gerald.
It was only a matter of time till they found us. Let's give them a nice warm welcome.
That's not ominous or anything.
They're tough. These are no ordinary mercs.
Alright, now Luis is down. Time to rush Gerald. There, now I can teleport. Looks like Dorothy hasn't shown herself yet. And this is why in your party you want to have at least like one cavalier or one flying unit, otherwise you'll never be able to catch up with your enemies.
Dorothea, please. I don't want to see you die for nothing.
I can't say I want that either. Alright, you win.
Alright, yay!
I'll take your place.
His Majesty needs to shelter those vile church rats, then I shall rebuke him to my final breath. Fling open the gates.
Alright, time to fight Leonardo.
I have burned far too many bridges to turn back now.
Renato, it's time to settle this.
I'll show you no mercy, Tetsuya.
Doing so good, and then it decided to shut off again.
Our spies report that the enemy plans to mount such an attack from Arendelle land.
Arendelle, huh? It's been 2 years since the territory came under the Emperor's control. The wind carries rumors that Edelgard has been keeping Lord Arendelle imprisoned in his home since then. If it's true, no. Were the enemy to strike and the fortress city to somehow fall, our path forward in this war would grow exceedingly perilous.
The West doesn't face the kind of constant threats we do, so there aren't as many strongholds here as in the North, right?
Basically. Though my uncle did say that started to change at least a tiny bit in the past couple of years.
In other words, the entire western region of the kingdom is likely to fall into enemy hands if we retreat from Aryan Road now.
Indeed. Which is exactly why we must take the offensive and restrain this Imperial snake before it can sink its fangs into us.
It'll be nice to strike first for once. It feels like we've been on the back foot for a while now.
Right you are. And remaining on perpetual defense would only lead to more meaningless, preventable deaths.
Whatever we decide to do, we need to stay on guard. Gerald and his mercenaries could be around any corner.
Yes, who knows when you might have another fateful duel with the Ashen Demon.
Your Majesty, calm yourself. What is it? The convoy escorting Count Rowe to the capital has been attacked by an unknown assailant. They've sustained heavy losses, and it seems Count Rowe has gone missing amid the chaos. And these assailants, we know nothing about them? Very little, Your Majesty. The survivors claim to have been attacked by numerous mages. Mages?
What's wrong? Do you know who it is?
You saw the court mage Cornelia during our battle of Fulham. Yes, well, she disappeared almost immediately after. It's likely she had been burrowed away in western Fargus ever since. Which leads me to wonder if this attack wasn't her handiwork somehow. It's merely a feeling, though. I'd like to look into it further if possible. Something tells me the Imperial soldiers won't wait around patiently while we go off hunting for clues.
Perhaps you should send a separate unit to investigate, while we attend to the Empire.
Yes, would be prudent for now. We cannot afford to lower our guard for even a moment.
Yeah, look at how much of that is optional. Oh my gosh. Hey, Gabby, have you heard? There's a tactical research facility up and running now. I guess the Boar arranged it. Mastering swordsmen isn't enough to win wars. Go and take a look at the new facility when you can.
This is true.
Circumstances dictate how people act. As such, I believe things are about to get more difficult for you. Though perhaps that will be a welcome change for someone of your caliber. You will undoubtedly face the Ashen Demon again. I do hope you'll emerge victorious this time.
It's so late. Didn't mean to take this much of a detour.
Just getting back.
Hey, to do. Hope I didn't worry you.
You didn't. You were in town, yes?
I went to pick up some supplies, but on the way back I saw these flowers blooming, and I just couldn't help but pick some.
Ah, yarrows.
They're used as an ingredient in healing salves, although you can also slap the leaves on your wounds and get mostly the same effect. Oh, and I plan on soaking them in alcohol. It'll produce a liquid that can be used for a wonderful ointment. Though I suppose it would be faster to just use healing magic.
You seem well informed on the subject.
Leonardo knew all about it. So I picked up a few things from him.
Lord Renato, any interest in plants?
Oh, sure. He kept tons of botanical encyclopedias and books like that in his room. He loved flowers. He even kept a small herb garden at Castle Gaspar. Hey, you like gardening too, right? I mean, you were always watering the flowers in the greenhouse back at Garrett Mug.
I suppose I do, though I know little of the medicinal properties.
I guess knowing how to grow plants is different from knowing how to use them.
Even so, treasure to me.
You're right about that. I found flowers there I'd never even seen in Castle Gaspar's garden.
I would like very much to visit this garden of yours one day.
Well, we should go. Of course, a lot has happened since I last saw it, but my younger siblings should still be looking after it.
I look for, though, how did Lord Renato come to know so much about medicinal herbs?
He used to serve Grand Duke Rufus, so maybe he studied them while he was in the capital.
Perhaps.
Sorry, I'm just sitting here chatting away when I should be off making myself useful.
Of course. Medicinal herb. Ash, you've come at the perfect time.
Why is that? Oh no, am I interrupting?
Not at all. In fact, I'd like you to try this tea.
Sure. Did you create this blend yourself?
I did. Your talk of medicinal herbs inspired me to study that. I created a number of different brews, thinking I might find one suitable for His Majesty. But first, I would like your opinion on the quality.
Taste testing, is it? I'd be happy to help. Oh, this tastes like...
Yes? How do you find it?
What did you use in this?
The same flour you gathered before, mixed with some other herbs, then steamed.
I know Dimitri's not here right now, but I need to say the obvious quote. Please do not eat the weeds. Okay.
I read that doctors in the capital frequently concoct a similar blend. Does it not suit your tastes?
No, I love it. Actually, of course.
There has to be at least some reference to that in this game, otherwise, no.
Lord Renato used to brew this tea.
He sure did. Wow, this really takes me back. I wasn't born into a noble family, so when I started living with Renato, I had no idea how to act. I was nervous as anything at first. I'd always calm right down the moment I drank his tea.
I did read that this tea is useful for calming nerves. Perhaps he was trying to make you feel at home.
That sounds like him. I was pretty young at the time, so I never knew what kind of tea it was. But this definitely has the same flavor. Strange to think I've been in the capital for 2 years now and never came upon it again until today. Wonder if Renato ever served this tea to Grand Duke Rufus.
He never said?
No, I guess the two of them had a falling out a long time ago. Never really talked about his time in the capital, but I think he started studying herbs as a way to help the Grand Duke, just like your study.
It's possible.
Anyway, thank you, Didu. That really hit the spot. Hey, would you teach me how to brew it sometime? I'd love to let everyone else try it.
Yes, of course.
I love their friendship. Alright. Onwards to continue to talk to everybody. Gerald's mercenaries were real tough when we fought them in Magdred. The Imperial Army hired them, right? We'll probably be fighting them again soon. Really not looking forward to any of this. I'm not ready to die yet. Many of the church people in Calamus are advanced in age, so there's little lively discussion to be had. On the other hand, there are many young folk in the Kingdom Army, and they're quite spirited. Makes for a rather comfortable atmosphere. Although it'd be even better if we did not have to go into battle at all. In truth, I would have enrolled in the Officers Academy if this war hadn't broken out. Still very reluctant to fight any of our old friends from the Academy. It's all well and good if we can convince them to join us, but in the end, we're still making them bend to our will. They might not want it at all. We're essentially forcing them to choose between death or betraying their friends and family. Feels cruel.
How could I be of
I can't say it's any wonder that people find Commander Miklon suspect. He's got a checkered past, you know. In the unlikely event he does go anything untoward, His Majesty has ordered us to promptly detain and execute him. My unit has numerous elite soldiers, you see, including those with crests like myself. Can't imagine we'd have issues taking him, should it come to that. But I don't think there's any reason to worry. Famous last words. The Empire's taking out our armies in the west and simultaneously battling with the Alliance in the east. They've also had renowned generals like Count Burgles and Marquise Vestra in their command. Speaking of the current Marquise, I believe you and him were in the same cohort of the Officers' Academy. Vestra, oh yeah, I remember he's the Black Eagle's Hubert, right? Correct. Much like the kingdom, the Empire appears to be in the midst of passing the torch to the next generation. We must use the Empire's current easterly focus to create an advantage for ourselves. Sending troops into former Arendelle territory is one aspect of that plan. We must quickly dispatch the enemy troops targeting Aryan Road. I mean, you fought him. You'd think you'd remember Hubert a little bit. We're proceeding with the investigation into Count Rowe's escort unit. As His Majesty intimated, we found Cornelia and the Western nobles to be potential suspects. We lack conclusive proof at present, however. Count Rowe's actual whereabouts remain unknown. We'll soon find out if we attack the west, but we cannot act without sufficient evidence.
How can I be of service?
Commander, I heard that Count Rowe was kidnapped during his escort. We have no idea why he was taken. I know it's unlikely, but I'm terribly worried about our caravan getting attacked. Please hurry and apprehend the culprits. And I'm going to go ahead and buy some intermediate seals while I'm over here. Alright, awesome. Count Rowe from Aryan Road originally didn't have any children. Apparently he took notice of some talented young lad who was a distant relative and adopted him. But the boy caused problems at the Officers' Academy and was summarily cut off. I wonder if this means House Rowe's lineage has come to an end. Greetings, Commander. Nothing to report. So we're gonna hit Empire territory next, huh? I heard they got some tough mercenaries with them. Promise you'll come back safe and sound, okay? I'm wishing each and every one of you the greatest success in battle. My parents were murdered by bandits when I was a child. They attacked out of nowhere and my mother, That's why I can't stand that bandit Miquelon being here, and as a general, no less. Doesn't matter if he's skilled or if he's from a noble house. To get such an appointment to a guy like that. When His Majesty came to me saying he wanted to give Miquelon a role in the army, I just about killed over from surprise. My brother put me through a whole lot when we were kids. Even after we'd grown up, if I'm being honest. But the kingdom needs him right now, both militarily and politically. You sure you'll be okay fighting alongside him? He's really done that much to you, I mean. They're keeping an eye on him, and besides, I'm not the same defenseless kids I was those years ago. I can handle myself. I actually think my brother could be useful to us. My father taught him everything he knows, after all. I was never having hesitation to be fighting the Empire, but then to be crossing blades with classmates is chilling my heart. I'm in relief that we did not have to be hurting Dorothea. I was having to decide whether to be taking her life. I heard the Alliance is having a real tough time in this war, too. The Great Bridge of Murden fell, and Count Gloucester swore his allegiance to the Empire. We're doing fine enough for ourselves now, but there's no telling what'll happen in the future. Hey, we gotta focus. The Empire could pivot at any moment and pour all their efforts into the Western Front. Right. I guess all we can do is try and kick our training into high gear. Anyways, let's make sure we're as ready as we can to be for the next fight. So this is basically where you can make your units stronger. Won't really come into play until later, but... Like, I think with my Black Eagles playthrough, I think I just buffed everyone up once it got to be, like, decently into the story, and it didn't really matter too much. What do you want? I don't care if you dislike me, but if you try anything funny, I'll cut your throat myself. I'm protecting Aryan Road for the time being. That's what the one holding my leash ordered me to do, at any rate. Oh, Catherine's here. Gerald's mercenaries, huh? A while back, a guy called Gerald served as captain of the Knights of Saros. I never would have guessed he'd leave the Knights and end up a wandering mercenary. The guy quit more than 20 years ago, but apparently he's just as tough as he was back then. Impressive stuff, you ask me. They say those who inherit crests from their ancestors tend to live long lives, and I guess he'd be your case in point. There's so much that fool neglected to tell us. He really pisses me off. Per usual, I've absolutely no idea what's rattling around in his skull. If he thinks he's the only one who lose face over this, he's a greater fool than I gave him credit for. Who knew royalty could be so annoying? All hail King Felix. Sorry, Dimitri. Too much stuff is happening, and all of it's annoying. That Cornelia lady, or whoever, she's up to no good, I'm telling you. I wonder if she's that lady. That lady. Nah, I feel like I met her a long time ago.
Counting on you, bro.
Yes, I'm ready.
All right.
We all must do our fair share. Care to make yourself useful?
Counting on you, bro. Let's go.
We can do it together. We all must do our fair share. Care to make yourself useful?
Counting on you, bro.
I will see it done speedily.
Very well. I shall lend you my strength.
We all must do our fair share. Care to make yourself useful?
Counting on you, bro.
Yeah, we've got this.
I sure hope it's something I can actually do.
We all must do our fair share.
Alright, support unit time. Because there's a decent amount of them. Yeah, time to kick back and relax for a bit.
You know, Felix, I've been thinking. Actually, never mind.
What? You can't say that and then not tell me. Come on.
Alright, fine.
Okay, it's just. Even though you never show it, I can tell you really care about Dimitri and the others.
Yep, he's the textbook case of a tsundere. He almost puked there.
You alright there, Felix? There's no reason to get all choked up over it.
It's your fault for saying something so ridiculous.
Hey, you're the one who asked. But it's true, isn't it? I know I'm right.
And what proof do you have?
Oh, for one, you move way better when you're fighting alongside them.
That's only because I've known them so long now, I can predict their every move. The boar always rushes straight into enemy lines, so I have to be ready to cover it. Of course, few can survive with his mad dashes. But I can't just leave him alone. The man doesn't give his own safety a second thought. We don't coordinate, though. I just stick around to make sure the coast is clear for him to run wide.
Huh. But when you're fighting with Ingrid, you're usually the one who ends up charging forward.
Yes, because her Pegasus is an easy target for enemy archers.
Swear this thing is really finicky. I just informed Lady Ray of the battle's progress. She has directed me to continue obeying the king's orders, and so I shall begin acting alongside you for the time being. Of course, you may count me among your military force as well. By the by, do you know anything about the leader of Gerald's mercenaries? He's a veteran mercenary called the Blade Breaker. He's got a head for tactics and valor to spare. That man once led the Knight of Saros. It's lamentable that a man of his caliber should now be an enemy of the Church. It was fortunate that Count Rhodes surrendered so swiftly. We did not sustain many losses. I have my own opinion on the Count's views, but I must admit he took the needs of his people into careful consideration. No, I ought to not speak those words, have pressed him to surrender. Forget I said anything. If Cornelia is truly the one who took him, that would spell trouble for us indeed. Of course, I gotta go all the way around the building to go talk to that one dude. Or Ingrid. As you're aware, Sylvain and I have known each other since we were young. Back in the day, he would occasionally show up with bruises and other injuries on his face and body. Whenever I'd ask him about it, he'd just say he got hit during training or something. But I knew it was really going on. I logically understand why His Majesty gave Miquelon an appointment, and more importantly, Sylvain agreed to it, but I don't think I can accept it so easily. Perhaps people can change, but they can never wash away their past sins. I'm keenly aware of this myself. So, Miquelon abused Sylvain. Great. I mean, I knew about some of the details, but apparently he physically abused Sylvain. Well, I mean, I know according to Three Houses dialogue, he wanted Sylvain dead, so I can't say I'm shocked. Alright, off to the war map. So yeah, basically you just have to find Anna, and then she gives you, special abilities, or special items. Or more items, because, like, especially with seals, you can only buy a certain amount of those in a given chapter. So basically, it becomes doubled. Alright, I'll get... Alright, onwards.
Hold strong. I'm here to defend you.
We're at a disadvantage here, so don't get reckless.
Alright, looks like one accidentally got to the location, so I gotta be careful. Yeah, let me take a hold of this stronghold. So yeah, like I said, I'd say in terms of like my streaming, like I'm definitely gonna complete this chapter, and I think realistically, based on how long it takes to go through a chapter, I'm gonna commit to for sure doing 2 chapters a stream, and then going from there. I'd say considering I didn't stream this last week, I think I'm going to also stream this tomorrow. So it'll be 2 days in a row of this, so then we'll do 2 more chapters tomorrow. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, gosh. I gotta kill some dudes fast. Gosh, I don't know if I can do this in a minute. Alright, cool, I did it. Maybe. Okay, cool, I did it. I couldn't explicitly tell if I did it or not. Alright, mission complete.
There's nothing to worry about now.
Mercedes, could you help me tend to this soldier's wounds next?
Lady Mercedes, where would you like me to put this?
Oh, yes, just a moment, please.
You really have your hands full, Mercedes. Anything I can pitch in on?
Oh, goodness. I appreciate the offer, but I couldn't possibly ask you to take time out of your day to assist me in these tasks.
Hey, don't be like that. Anyone who's still got the legs to stand on after a battle needs to do whatever they can to help. I'm no physician, but I can at least help get some of this stuff organized.
But you only just returned from combat yourself. Aren't you exhausted?
Not really. We weren't on the front lines or anything, so I'm still good to go. And I'm not buried in paperwork afterwards, unlike the others.
Well, if you insist, I guess a little help wouldn't hurt. In that case, there's a box over at the training grounds. Would you mind getting it? There should be bandages and medicine inside, so you'll be able to tell which one it is just by opening the lid.
Got it. Be right back.
Hmm? Oh my, wait just a minute.
What's up?
Give me your right hand.
Okay.
I knew it. You're injured. Here, I can patch this up in a jiffy with my healing magic.
It's all better. Thanks, Mercedes.
You need to speak up from now on if you're hurt, alright? Don't be so nonchalant about your health.
Hey, I can say the same thing about... Anyway, it should be easier to carry that box now.
No, thank you for offering to help. Oh, and take all the time you need. There's no rush.
Time to work you into shape. Training can be defeated. Proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
Alright, so on that note, I think I'm getting kind of exhausted, so that's where I'm gonna wrap up the stream. So just gonna go ahead and pause everything. Alright. Alright, so thank you for tuning into the stream and everything. I was able to get 2 chapters in, so that was my goal. I just wanted to kind of get things initiated with chapter 6 so I could just dive in right with combat right away tomorrow. So yeah, my goal will be to complete chapter 6 and 7 tomorrow. I think that's a reasonable goal considering I've done all the dialogue stuff with chapter 6. So yeah, that'll be the plan tomorrow is I'm going to continue streaming this game. So unless I change my mind, I think that's going to be kind of how the streaming weeks are going to go for a while. Is it's going to be 2 days of this game and then 1 day of shorter miscellaneous games. I'm not quite sure which one I'm going to do first. I'll decide that once it gets to be next week. I'll kind of see where I go from here. Like if I do like 2 straight days of Fire Emblem in a row going forward, or if I do like Fire Emblem a shorter and then the Fire Emblem. I'm not sure. I'll decide that next week. So, but yeah, the important thing is that yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be playing more of this game, and yeah, I'm super excited to like continue the story and everything. Um, yeah, and of course I'd like to do that just to stay on pace so that I could hopefully at least finish the Blue Lions route before Xenoblade 3 comes out in a couple of weeks. If not, it's not that big of a deal, but at least I'd be able to, or I want to try to get at least as much of the story done as possible because I'm only going to be able to do 4 chapters a week at the pace that I'm going, so that's kind of the breaks on that. But yeah, it should wrap up kind of the announcements and everything. So again, thank you for tuning into the stream, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow for some more Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. Have a good night, guys. Bye.